This meeting is called to order. Welcome to our May Board of Regents meeting. I'm glad we were able to get together in person after we went virtual in February because of the bad weather. Regent Pang, we're pleased to have you joining us virtually. Regents Hessing and Martinez are traveling and are unable to participate in the meeting today. As always, this meeting is being live streamed in closed caption as required. Each region and presenter has a microphone so that we can be heard in the room and online. Regents, please remember to press the button on your microphone when you speak and press it again when you aren't speaking so we don't hear any background noises. And as an addition, if you want to remove your mask when you are speaking, please feel free to do so. Ms. Gaynor, please introduce the individuals around the room.
Good morning. I will start with the first row with Barry Maka, our General Counsel, Provost James Johnston, Lee Kidwell, Chief Audit Executive. Behind her is Fred Dietz, Vice President. Beth Reisenweber, our Vice President for Finance. Reagan Foster with the Staff Senate. Vice President Tony Vidmar, Shelby Stodgel with the SGA. And then also Austin Strode with SGA, Dr. Karen Moriarty with the Faculty Senate, Kyle Owen, Associate Vice President, Chris Stovall, our Controller, Athletic Director Kyle Williams, Vice President Keith Lamb, and Dr. David Carlston with the Faculty Senate. Sorry, I couldn't judge that distance very well.
Thank you.
Chairman, I'm sorry, I have one more. Michael Grace with News Channel 6, and also behind our screen are Ryan McGowan and Richard Elliott with IT.
Good. Thank you. We provide an opportunity for public comment concerning agenda items at the beginning of each meeting. Ms. Barra, has anyone signed up to speak?
No one has.
If not, we'll proceed with the agenda. Our first item is item 2158, the approval of the minutes of our regular February board meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to those minutes? If not, they will stand approved as presented. We will now move on to committee-related matters. Regent Marks, please present the enrollment management, academic, and student affairs matters.
Thank you. Our first item is 21-59, COVID-19 and campus operations update. Provost Johnston and Vice President Lamb will provide information on the university's plan and timeline for returning to Phase 4 operations.
Thank you, Regent Marks. I'll begin and then let Dr. Lamb talk about a couple of things, then come back to what will look like in the classroom. I say first, we communicated about 3 weeks ago our intent to return to Phase 4 for the fall. Earlier this week, we added a target date to that. This was in, again, monitoring local, state, federal data input from our Return to Campus Task Force and Incident Management Team. I'll say first, we're also starting in a very different place. We have been committed to being in person wherever possible. So this is that final step of change in removing or easing the restrictions. So I'll let Dr. Lamb talk about the face coverings and our COVID accommodations. We'll talk about the classrooms very quickly.
Can you hear me? Okay. So with the announcement of return to Phase 4 normal operations on August the 9th, the university also announced that face coverings at that time would be optional. Again, those would be under our normal operations. And so this fall, what we expect is and what we encourage is for those who feel more comfortable with face coverings to certainly continue with that. We expect that to be ongoing with some individuals, and certainly an individual choice, but we will make that optional once we go into phase 4. The other item that will change under phase 4, among other things, but I think of particular interest, is the university gave a number of adjustments during COVID to individuals. Those adjustments will expire with the end of our phase 3 operation. So on August 5th, those adjustments will expire, and future adjustments will follow our ADA accommodation application and accommodation process.
Lastly, very quickly, our class schedule was written back in February and submitted because students started early registering in March. So we devised or created the schedule with phase 3 operation in mind that far out. With the transition to phase 4, we've worked with, again, the Return to Campus Task Force with deans and chairs to leave the implementation of that more to local control. What that does is two things. It maintains our phase 3 readiness if something changes and we're not able to meet that target date for phase 4. But some of these are as simple as adding chairs back to classrooms. Some are a little more complicated in undoing schedules for faculty and students. So we are leaving that to, again, the deans, department chairs, and faculty to implement to be least disruptive to our students. So it gives us that flexibility, but also gives us a little bit of opportunity to make those adjustments, again, with least disruption to our students' class schedule. We're happy to answer questions otherwise.
We had the opportunity to thank you all in our committee meeting, but your team has absolutely been stellar in what you've done to protect our students and our faculty and our staff, and kudos to you all. We appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That much appreciated. We, as you noted, we have some outstanding individuals at Midwestern who've been working on this, and very fortunate to be in an environment like this.
And thank you. Yes, it's really been the campus willingness to follow that plan, that compliance. So we've kept each other safe. So yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next item is 21-60, Faculty Report. Before I turn the floor over to Dr. Carlston, I want to report that this will be his very last report to the board as Faculty Senate Chairman. Dr. Carlston has served in his position since 2013, and he is passing the torch to one of his colleagues whom we will introduce in a few minutes. Dr. Carlston, please know how much we appreciate your commitment to representing the faculty well during these last 8 years. You have certainly never hesitated to share the positives as well as the negatives with us while working with the board and administration to find ways to improve as we have developed a stronger system of shared governance at MSU, Texas.
Thank you. It's certainly been a unique opportunity and privilege to work with the board, as well as Dr. Shipley and Dr. Johnson and Dr. Lamb recently. It's been a really neat opportunity. So I've come a long ways from winning the least likely to be invited to speak to the Board of Regents Award. So I feel pretty good about that. From a faculty perspective, I know I'll start with some scheduling things. I know initially some of the faculty were a little bit concerned about taking a week off at the end of the semester rather than maybe at the beginning in the transition. Right now, everybody's very happy that we took the week off at the end of the semester. So thank you for that. We do want to express some appreciation, considerable appreciation for the way the university has managed this COVID pandemic. Certainly appreciate the students and all of their efforts over this past year to comply with all of the different COVID mandates and their flexibility as some of us have learned new platforms and new ways of delivering instruction. As well as really want to thank the incident management team and the Return to Campus Task Force and Dr. Lamb and Dr. Johnston for their work. The communication around COVID is a great example of where we've come from a governance perspective and just a campus culture. There's been an awful lot of communication back and forth between faculty and the university community and the administration, which has been greatly appreciated. We, as faculty, we're excited, I think, to contemplate returning back to phase 4. We appreciate opportunities throughout the summer to kind of wrap our minds around what that would look like. We're grateful for the things that we've learned during this year, and maybe we'll be able to implement some of those as we continue moving forward. We're especially appreciative of the flexibility as we return. The abrupt transition last spring to online education was I don't want to, it was abrupt. We'll just leave it at abrupt. And so we appreciate the flexibility as we return back to normal operations to make determinations as to how best serve our students. We're grateful for and excited for some of the efficiencies that are to be coming online by this fall. The board approved the SoftDoc software so that we could have electronic forms and go a little bit more paperless, so we're not shuffling papers and flooding the campus mail system. We're excited for that to kind of come to fruition. We're grateful for, like I said again, grateful for all the efforts of everybody on campus and look forward to kind of an exciting fall. I also want to introduce Dr. Moriarty, who will be serving as Faculty Senate Chair. I was really excited. I will admit that I was campaigning for her. I sent her an email, encouraged her. She is excellent. She has great administrative experience. We've served together looking at policies. She's extremely detailed oriented. And so I'm very thrilled that she will be serving in this position. Do you want to?
First lesson. Thank you, David. And as you know, I have big shoes to fill, literally and figuratively. But I'm looking forward to the upcoming year, and I know there'll be some challenges ahead, but I think we can tackle it as a team.
Any questions?
Any comments?
David, thank you for your years of service. I think your service has been coextensive with my being on the Board of Regents, so I've never known another faculty senate representative, so.
It only gets better from here. So,
No.
so you're good.
Thank you very much.
You've done an excellent job, as we have all said. Dr. Moriarty, while this board will not have the opportunity to work with you after the August meeting, we know the administration looks forward to continuing its close working relationship with the Faculty Senate. And Dr. Carlston, thank you again. We wish you continued success in your role as professor and chair of the Department of Psychology. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is 21-61, staff report. Ms. Reagan Foster, Staff Senate Chair, will present the staff report.
I want to say thank you to David Carlston as well. Just like Kevin said, I don't know another faculty Senate chair. I've never worked with anybody else. So Dr. Carlston has provided an opportunity for our two senates to work together in tandem to make sure that the needs of this university are being met. And so I just want to thank you, and I look forward to working with Dr. Moriarty. This past weekend, our graduate students, we graduated 50 graduate students in a commencement ceremony. The occasion itself was small in comparison to other graduation, but it was huge in meaning. It's been 500 days, over 500 days, since we've been able to honor our graduates in person. Graduation day is meaningful, not just to the faculty and the staff, but it's meaningful to the university and the community. So many of us play a role in our students' successes and achievement. It's wonderful to see the smiles on their face, the happiness of their families, and everyone in their regalia. It's a very gratifying moment for our university. But it also symbolizes the essential need of teamwork. The graduate and undergraduate ceremony's successes is a credit to the hard work of so many departments and divisions across our campus. Thank you to the Registrar's Office, Enrollment Management, our Provost's Office, the Graduate School, Information Technology, the Midwestern State Police Department, our deans, our faculty, our student ambassadors, and our facilities staff. It was wonderful to all be together. Staff Senate has been meeting regularly to approve numerous university policies as we prepare to join the Texas Tech University system. In April, we had the opportunity to meet with Cami Dean and review the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Task Force findings. We're grateful for the work of the DEI group and the lasting change it will bring to our university and our community as we move forward. In a survey conducted by the NCAA that was released in 2021, exploring the mental health aspects of COVID-19 on student athletes, 40% of students who were learning in person felt overwhelmed constantly. 21% daily had difficulty sleeping, and 19% experienced consistent anxiety. As a university, we have done everything we can at all levels to keep our students safe and to keep our students learning. But I do think it has taken a toll on the stress level of all of our faculty and staff. Staff Senate will be forming a working group to look at the summer hours and to provide flexibility to address the needs of our faculty and our staff. We also will be partnering with the University Health and Wellness Committee to promote holistic wellness on our campus. We will be researching other universities' wellness initiative programs and look forward to the things we can bring back for a healthy campus. Although our campus has quieted with our students leaving for the summer, the work behind the scenes continues as we prepare for our normalcy in the fall. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Reagan. And have a wonderful trip in Santa Fe.
Thank you.
We're all jealous, absolutely. Item 21-62, Student Government Report. Outgoing SGA President Shelby Stodgel's report is in the book. You'll find it on page 21. Again, before Shelby reviews the highlights and introduces the newly elected SGA President, please allow me to mention a few things about her. As most of you know, Shelby is one of our pretty scholars, and she graduated from MSU last Saturday with a Bachelor of Arts degree. You may not know that Shelby was also named the Outstanding Political Science Student by the Prothro Yeager College. Shelby, we are so very proud of you and your achievements, and we wish you the best of your future endeavors. So please proceed with the report and the introductions.
Thank you for that lovely introduction. Oh my goodness. So a lot of you can read what I is going to speak out today in my board report, but I just want to thank you all again for letting me come and speak to you guys and give an update on student life. But for February, what the students were up to is we hosted a lot of Black History Month events, led mainly by our Mosaic office, but a lot of other student organizations contributed to the month and hosted and planned events along with that. One of the biggest ones that kind of ended the month was our Black Excellence Gala, which SGA actually sponsored some tickets. Some of the execs went, and I know a lot of the administrative faculty and staff were there as well, which students always notice and appreciate, and it was such a lovely event to attend. Another big thing that happened in February, which I'm sure impacted you all, was the winter storm. As much as it impacted our students, I'm sure you all went through the same struggles. And from the student perspective, I just want to thank the MSU as an entity for canceling classes. Online classes were canceled as well, which is very nice. I know I myself did not get internet or power till Friday, so my online classes would not have been able to be completed at all until then. And for doing the warming stations as well, I know a lot of the MSU community benefited from that. Moving into March, we had Women's History Month, once again, led a lot by the Mosaic office as well as other student organizations contributing to planning events. And we also held a lot of weekend stampedes in March. They happen all throughout the year, or throughout the semester. They happened last semester as well. And they're just events on the weekend planned by, under Dr. Lamb, I believe, for student affairs, and it's ways to keep our students on campus, keep them busy, and kind of keep them able to do stuff at MSU where they're not kind of sitting in their dorm rooms all weekend long feeling like there's nothing to do, and builds that community aspect, and I think it really does a great job. I love going to the weekend stampedes. And then the last thing we had was Stang Fest. It was similar to Homecoming, a lot of similar events. We did the cardboard boat race, which was a personal favorite of mine. I'm glad I got to see it before I leave. And we hosted our homecoming court still. We had a concert, which was very exciting. I know the university has been talking about a concert for a while. I loved the concert. So it's really just an exciting month to be on campus, and even without the spring break, I loved being on campus in March. And I know a lot of other students kind of just enjoyed the time of doing a lot of fun things kind of in the middle of the school year where you got to relax and not be worrying about midterms and exams and all of that. So then we move into April. We had our first big break of the semester, Easter break. Every student loved Easter break. I loved Easter break. I was competing at our Model UN conference, actually, with our Model UN team. We took the highest delegation award, as well as 4 other individual awards for our committees. So it was really exciting. It was a really distinguished year, a really hard year to compete, doing it all virtual instead of, unfortunately, not going to New York, which I was sad about. But we also held Take Back the Night, which raises awareness for sexual assault, sexual violence awareness. So it was a really great event. It's well attended by the students, and it's something that we can support those victims and raise awareness. And then we had the honors banquet, which the students were so appreciative that we got to do the photo opportunity with Dr. Lamb, Dr. Johnston. Some of the deans were there as well, so it was a really great event and kind of brought back a tradition of students to kind of be able to promote their awards and kind of have that picture taken, the memorabilia that we did with graduation in the fall. And then for upcoming things, I held the President's Networking event, which I talked to you all about last time. We brought all the student organization presidents together for a networking, kind of promote collaboration. The event was so successful. My heart was so full hosting that event. I got to attend a lot more student organizations things. Moving forward for the rest of the year, I went to my first cricket game for the MISA president, and that was really exciting. I went to every cricket game after that. It was a great event. And then SGA also did 5 bills at the end of March and beginning of April. They range from a feminine hygiene product bill with a trial run of putting free feminine hygiene products in our restrooms, a textbook bill for our secretary's textbook drive to put them on course reserve in the library, which we have over 100 books now in the library, which is really exciting. We did an election day bill, a student organization travel bill, as well as a student emergency fund bill, which we're really excited about. That helps a lot with our international DACA students, distance ed students who can't receive that government funding can apply for student emergency fund, as we've seen a lot of unprecedented times this semester, even outside of COVID. And the next thing was we sponsored graduations through SGA. So we sponsored the Latinx graduation, the Black student graduation, and the Caribbean student graduation. And so that was very exciting. And we held elections for SGA. And as you see, our new president, Austin Strode, is sitting with us today. And we have our vice president, Brittany Roberts, and our secretary, Cadence Talbot, which I'm very excited for them. They're going to do a fantastic job. MSU also did vaccines in April, which gave students the opportunity, if they wish, to get vaccinated, and I know that was really great opportunity for students if they wish to do so. And then moving into campus climate, to reiterate Reagan Foster's point of graduation, especially as someone who just graduated, I loved graduation. I'm so thankful we did it in person. We are doing the 3 ceremonies, so we have the one coming up for students who missed out on that chance, and I know that was also well appreciated by the recent alumni of MSU. And then just to stress the paramount importance of keeping students in mind and involved in discussions moving forward. I know we did a really great job of that this year, so I'm really excited to keep moving that train along forward with Austin. And to reiterate Dr. Carlson's remark about a week off at the end of the semester was greatly appreciated, even though it did not feel like it at first. I was very thankful this week that I just got to relax. And just a lot of thank yous. Dr. Shipley, thank you for everything you do for the students and keeping us in constant communication. Dr. Carlson, thank you to the staff, or for the faculty, for everything they do and being so flexible. I know you guys are all learning along with us. Reagan Foster, to the staff, you guys keep us involved, keep us busy, keep us entertained, which is very hard to do. And then Dr. Johnston, to the deans, thank you for all of their adjustments they've been making. Dr. Lamb, same with student involvement as well as the reopening task force, to you both. I loved serving on the task force. I think that it made a lot of great changes. And to the board, thank you so much for keeping MSU developing and furthering along this progress. And sorry, I know this board report's very long, but normally I don't read word for word, but it kind of sums up my last point that I wanted to make at the end of my board report. And being my final board report, I want to express my gratitude and appreciation for all of you on the board. Thank you for listening to student input and being present amongst the students at our events and celebrations. As my personal time at MSU Texas comes to a close, I cannot put into words how much the MSU community has shaped me into the confident leader I am today. MSU has furthered my motivation and drive to use the skills I learned and developed here and take those with me in my future's endeavors. As a once nervous, unsure, and unaware first-generation college student that I was 4 years ago, I could not be leaving college more prepared for my future life. I genuinely believe there is no greater institution I could have found myself attending, and I know future Mustangs will only benefit from the tremendous developments taking place. A lot of that has to do with you all in the room today and the amazing faculty and staff that you preside over. I'm just one of the many past, present, and future stories of if you allow it, MSU Texas will shape you into the person and leader you always hoped of becoming. Similar to MSU Texas, I will be moving into the tech system in the fall, and I'll be attending their law school as the class of 2024, so I'm very excited to be following along the MSU path and to be moving into tech. And now I will hand it over to our new president, Austin.
Hi, thank you, Shelby, for that. Like she said, my name is Austin Strode. I am from Lakeway, Texas, right outside of Austin, Texas. I am majoring in economics here at MSU. After I graduate, I'm planning on going into real estate. My time on campus, I have been a part of Sigma Nu fraternity and very thankful for the opportunities and leadership opportunities that they have given me. I'd like to thank Shelby for her amazing leadership this past year and for a smooth transition into my position as president. And I look forward with working with the MSU administration and the student body as we transition away from COVID-19. So thank you very much.
Austin, I just had one question for you. Thank you for your service, Shelby. Welcome to your new service, Austin. Tell you're from Central Texas, or you're living in Central Texas. What made you choose Midwestern State?
I had my best friend in high school. He was a year above me, and he came up here to MSU, and I picked him up for Thanksgiving. And during that, I did a unofficial tour of MSU. And I was like, well, I love it up here. I'm gonna apply. I got in, and here we are, 3 years later.
All right. Well, welcome to North Texas. So.
Shelby, we wish you all the best, and Austin, congratulations to you and your new officers. So thank you. Excellent report. Item 21-63, Athletics Report. Mr. Williams' report is in the board book on page 23. He will bring us up to date on the athletic matters and answer any questions, and you've got a hard act to follow, sir.
We're still playing some sports, and I want to give you an update on what we are doing. Today and tomorrow and Saturday we'll be in Canyon for the LSC Track and Field Championships. Our new coach, Kelsey Bruce, is doing a tremendous job. If you've not been able to get to know her or meet her, she's outstanding, and she's top 20 in the country in marathons right now. She herself is. So anyway, she's doing a great job. Also, our women's golfer, Juanita Gomez, got 20th this week actually in the NCAA regional playoffs in Denton. We're proud of Juanita. Had to be in the top 4 to go to the Nationals, so she's got another year with us. So certainly we're looking forward to good things from her next year. Men's golf team, as we speak, is teeing off in DuPont, Washington at the NCAA regional playoffs there. Again, top 4 will go to the Nationals in Florida. So we're excited about that going forward, and look forward to great scores today through Saturday. Okay. And for the 19th and 8th year in a row, men's tennis will go to regional NCAA playoffs in Arlington. Once again, you have to win this one to go to Surprise, Arizona. Okay, so I didn't know there was such a place, but there is. So we're looking forward to them. Also, on the women's side, their 20th time and 8th year in a row, they will be going to Arlington as well to compete in the regional NCAA regionals as well. So we're excited for them. We're excited to see what they can do, certainly going forward, and look for a great regional playoff and tournament. So, any questions? Well, let me just real quick. It's been an incredible year, certainly. Needless to say, at the same time, I'm appreciative of a university and a board, certainly, that allows us to play, right? That was the idea a year ago, that somehow to be able to play. And our kids and our student athletes have been able to do that. And I appreciate leadership, certainly, and these folks out here and committees that have been involved with this, the NCAA, our athletic training folks, with the testing and the amount of tests that we've had to do. I appreciate them very much. Not knowing exactly what it's going to look like next year, but the intent is to be, I'll use that word, normal again. And so hopefully we'll be in a position to do that. So again, I appreciate the board and leadership of this university, because there's some partners that didn't get to do anything, and people in our conference. And I felt like we were way ahead of the game, and we really were. So thank you.
Well, we thank you, too, for keeping our student athletes safe. You and Reagan did a very nice job, so thank you so much. All right. Item 21-64, Enrollment Management Report. Vice President Dietz' report is provided in the board book beginning on page 25. He will highlight a few topics and answer any questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Reagan and Shelby put it most eloquently, but we were thrilled to have commencement. That was quite an accomplishment. So thank you for everyone's support of that and allowing us to move forward on that. So this is always an interesting board meeting from an enrollment perspective, because we've already reported past enrollments. We don't yet have summer enrollments or fall enrollments, but I wanted to give you just a little glimpse as to what things might look like as we move forward for the fall. We're starting to see some of the groundwork that we've really worked on over the last couple of years start to come to fruition. And in my report, I talked a little bit about dual credit, and I think dual credit this coming fall will likely be quite a jump for us in terms of headcount and enrollment. We're anticipating as few as 200 students, new students for dual credit, and it could possibly be as high as 500. So that is really exciting, and it's taken a couple of years for that to come into play, but we're excited about that. The other item that we've really spent a lot of time on over the last few years since I've been here is retention. And retention is one of those, it's like trying to turn a cruise ship on a dime. It takes some time. And we had really good groundwork when I got here on the student affairs side, and Dr. Lamb working with student programming. We've now moved into the academic side, and we're starting to see some good progress. And a good example is the retention platform that we put into place, Navigate through EAB, is a very powerful tool, and we're starting to see some benefit from that. And while it's still early, we are showing about a 2% increase right now for the freshman class returning to next fall. Now, granted, it's still early, but that's 16 weeks out from the start of the semester, so we're pacing a little bit ahead of where we were last year on the freshman class returning. A lot of that has to do with certainly the hands-on components that we work with, and faculty work with students and staff, but also the platform that we've invested has helped us identify students who are at risk, identify populations that may need a little nudge. I think the other side of that that's really nice to see is that we're seeing some really strong increases in underserved populations in terms of retention. And so we're seeing some nice jumps on percentages of those students returning. So those are a couple of things that I'm really excited about as we move forward for the fall 21 semester. I'm cautiously optimistic about the fall, that we will see headcount growth. And so I'm encouraged by that, and certainly where we have been this past year. It's been a difficult year from an enrollment perspective, but I think the future looks pretty good from dual credit retention and where we currently stand. So, and summer enrollment will come in about 2 to 3 weeks once we start summer one. And summer one enrollment looks very strong right now, so that's a good sign and positive. And summer two will come in, I think, ahead of where we were last year as well. So some signs are encouraging as we move forward. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Any questions? Well, we do appreciate your due diligence and your maintaining the course even through all these challenging times. And you're beginning to see results.
I think so.
Thank you.
I think so. Thank you.
This item is presented as a point of information only. Item 21-65, Academic Affairs Report, Doctoral Programs Update. Provost Johnston's report on our doctoral programs is provided in the board book. Dr. Johnston will provide an update.
Thank you, Regent Marks. There's a couple of good updates to this, and I'll begin with our first doctorate in educational leadership. As you know, that change of level status required an on-site visit from SAC-COC. That happened in April 5th through the 8th. There were no recommendations for change from that report, so again, that's a great testament to the work from Dr. Capps, the faculty in the West College, Dr. Zuckweiler. It also allowed President Shipley to request that that report be accepted at the SAC-COC June meeting rather than December. Dr. Whelan agreed to that, so they will take final action on our change of level status in June. So great work and very proud of that. They were very impressed with our ability to stand up our first doctorate and what we've done. The movement on the first PhD in radiologic sciences, we received the desk review from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. We responded to that. That requires a site visit from the coordinating board, which is scheduled for this coming Tuesday, the 11th. So we will spend the day with that site team and coordinating board. From there, depending the outcome of that, it will go to the commissioner and the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board for action. Assuming that approval, it then only requires a substantive change with SAC. So rather than the change of level and site visit, this is adding another program as we would any other degree program. So nice to see that movement for our first doctoral programs.
Any questions?
Just one real quick, Dr. Johnson. If that goes as according to plan with the assumptions that it gets approved, would you anticipate that starting in January?
If we can get, depending on the timing, if we can get it to SAC-COC early enough in their meeting, they would allow us, that could allow us to do a January 22 start. We have a very tight timeline for recruiting, but we have so many of our own alum and other radiologic science professionals in the country that call us regularly of when that will start. So I think we could start a cohort very quickly if that timing works out for us.
What's the current plan related to online versus in-class education for that program? Do you have, you obviously have that laid out, I'm assuming, as it goes through this process. Can you just explain that to the board for a second?
Sure, yes. It is a hybrid delivery. We do immersion weekends, usually 2 per long semester, and it allows that development of that sense of community, the cohort model, and it allows them really to learn from each other. So we facilitate the interactions in those immersion sessions, and then there are content and assignments that are completed online between those. And then the summer is the intention is to be online in the summer. Cuts down on the travel and the expense for our students too.
And do both this program and the doctorate in education, the EDD, require a dissertation at the end? Are those traditionally required? I mean, I've not been in that course of study, but that would be my assumption. But.
Yes, the EDD, based on the site visit and the feedback, and really good changes to that, it's a dissertation in practice, so it is a very, very large applied research project. Similar write-up and content to the normal dissertation. The PhD for rad science is a traditional 5-chapter dissertation or research dissertation.
Thank you. Sure.
Any other questions? If not, this item is presented as a point of information only. Item 21-66, proposed additions to core curriculum. Dr. Johnston, please review these recommendations to the core. You can also find this at the beginning on page 28 of your board book.
Thank you. These are 2 proposed additions to the component area option, or the elective area of our core, if you will. One is a quantitative research-based course within art. It's looking at occupational health and creative artists. The other is from the Gunn College of Health Sciences, Understanding Community and Public Health. I think we all know a little more about public health than we ever thought we would, but these 2 courses follow our philosophy of the traditional liberal arts and educating broadly, and really speak to that opportunity to provide courses that enhance a student's understanding and as they move out, and options within the core available to our students. So these are passed through the internal levels of review and are being recommended for approval to add to our core.
Are there any questions? Chair Crosno, I move approval of these additions to the core curriculum as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Item 21-67, proposed addition of academic minor. Dr. Johnston, please review this recommended new minor. The information is also found on page 30.
Thank you. This is one that we designate as a signature minor. Those are intended to have appeal to a broad range of majors offered on our campus. This in visual communication is to develop that skill in developing web and mobile-based content, whether that's to promote personal work or to promote a business. So it's really intended to add to any number of majors, to add marketability to our students walking out the door. It allows for part of that to be duplicated coursework, so these are 9 additional hours beyond what they would normally take. So we are, again, that is was approved through the internal processes and recommending for addition to the catalog.
Are there any discussion, questions? Chair Crosno, I move approval of this new academic minor as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Our next item is 21-68, writing proficiency requirement changes. Dr. Johnston, please review the recommended changes to the writing proficiency requirements. This information is found beginning on page 31.
Thank you. There are 2 changes being recommended. This board allowed us to pilot a writing intensive courses in August of last year. We created 2 of those actually in the Gunn College. Writing assignments from those were then graded by our usual writing proficiency exam grading faculty, and a high degree of correlation between the outcomes of those writing courses and our typical exam writing assignments. So we're proposing that as a third means to satisfy the required writing proficiency, or the writing proficiency requirement, I'm sorry, in addition to the exam or taking the English course. The courses would have to go through an approval process. There's standardization expectations of those courses, so to be before being designated as writing intensive. Also training for the faculty who would then teach those courses. The second change is testing. We, through this pandemic, offer the writing proficiency exam using our learning management system, Desire to Learn, or D2L. There are security measures within that using Respondus Monitor and Respondus Lockdown Browser, but we offer this exam to our students. We surveyed the students who took it. We also analyzed the grades from that process compared to being in person or in a testing center on a professional testing center, campus testing center, and there were no significant differences in those outcomes. So we feel comfortable in offering that as an option to take the writing proficiency exam itself, reducing the cost to the student and the cost to the university to administer those. So those are the two changes being recommended to the writing proficiency requirement. After between their 60th and 90th hour, they have to satisfy this requirement.
Any other questions? Chair Crosno, I move approval of these writing proficiency requirement changes as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item dash 2169, Wichita Falls Museum of Art at MSU, ratification of artwork accessions. The museum director, curator, and the museum advisory board approved the accession of the artwork shown in the board book to the museum's permanent collection. This report begins on page 35. Chairman Crosno, I move the Board of Regents ratify this action as recommended by the administration.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item is 21-70, proposed room and board rates 2021 and 2022. The proposed room and board rates and comparisons are presented in the board book beginning on page 41. Dr. Lamb, please review the recommended room and board rates.
Thank you, Regent Marks. The page 41 of your board book has the proposed 21-22 room and mill rates or room and board rates compared to 2021. And then the following pages has comparisons. And so what we provide here is comparisons on each of our different room categories as compared to similar institutions or institutions for which we share a number of common applications with. So what are students, when they're choosing MSU, what are the rates at other institutions they're being charged with? So we try to stay below median on that list so that our rates are very competitive. And so on page 41, what we are proposing is in our residence halls, a maximum of 2.49% increase, and that would be for our traditional freshman type of room double occupancy. For the mill plans, the maximum increase that is being proposed for the resident mill plans would be 2.96%, and then we have smaller commuter mill plans for those who wish to purchase, and those are generally in the 3.25% range. On the following page, for example, on page 42, these rates to which we are comparing are these other institutions' 2020-21 rates. So we are comparing our proposed 21-22 to 2021, and so we fully expect the other institutions to have some level of increase as well. Our traditional residence hall, if we look at the 15 institutions ranked, we would rank 10th out of those 15 institutions, so below median. The same with our semi-private residence hall, so this would be a McCullough-Trigg style. We would rank 12 out of 15. For our apartments, a 4-bedroom unit, we would rank 6 out of 10, and our 2-bedroom units, 9 out of 14. And the other thing that's really important for us to look at, which is on page 44, is where our room plus board, our room plus mills rank within this same group. If we take our freshman or our double occupancy style room and our most expensive resident mill plan, And compared to that of other institutions, we would rank 12 out of 16 before they increase any of their prices this year. With that, certainly would be willing to answer any questions that you may have.
We did have a chance to do a little bit of discussion in our committee meeting, and does anyone else have anything they'd like to share? If not, Chair Crosno, I move approval of the room and board rates as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
Items 21-71, thank you, Keith, and 21-72, faculty emeritus status and faculty promotion and tenure. These items will be discussed in closed session later today. However, if any board members have questions about the process for emeritus status, tenure, or promotion, now would be the time to ask Provost Johnston those process-only questions. Are there any questions? Chair Crosno, that concludes the enrollment management, academic, and student affairs items.
Thank you, Nancy. We will now move to the finance and facilities matters. Regents.
Our first item of business is 21-73, summaries of financial support and campaign update. Before Vice President Vidmar reviews these reports, here are highlights of gifts since our last meeting. Mr. and Mrs. Hollis Sullivan contributed $200,000 to the Mustang Athletic Club to be used as needed by Athletic Director Kyle Williams. Market Street United Supermarkets agreed to a corporate sponsorship for MSU athletics of $30,000 over 3 years at $10,000 per year. The McCoy College of Sciences, Mathematics, and Engineering received funds from Mrs. Darlene Simpson's sale of stock to purchase a MALGX multi-channel ground penetration radar. I'm not sure what that is, but that sounds good. Tony and Colleen Fideli made a gift of $8,350 for the proposed Charlie Ferris Social Justice Resource Center. Additionally, they were able to secure another $16,700 through a matching gift grant. Mr. and Mrs. Joe Protro donated $15,000 to the President's Excellence Circle. Mr. Dwight Berry with American National Bank donated $10,250 for the bank scholarship for spring 2021. Dr. Mandy Harting contributed $5,000 to MSU Athletics for volleyball. We are grateful for the continued support of our community, faculty, staff, alumni, foundations, and friends. Vice President Vidmar, please review your reports.
Thank you, Chairman Ayers, and thank you for telling us about that radar. It is a big deal to the McCoy College of Science, Mathematics, and Engineering. In the fall of 2016, it doesn't seem that far away, but it has. Almost 5 years ago, we launched the Boundless Opportunities Comprehensive Campaign. It was the university's first comprehensive campaign. And it was guided by planning and vision from President Shipley and this board. We started with a feasibility study and focus groups. We met with over 300 individuals, both internally and externally. And in those meetings, we talked about some of the benefits of a comprehensive campaign and really what it does for the entire maturation process of the university. We've seen some of those benefits, and we're grateful for the generosity and guidance of people in this room and outside our community. Some of those things we've seen that from our comprehensive campaign is campaigns add value through multiple priorities under unifying themes or pillars. Our pillars of enriching lives, enhancing teaching and learning, investing in our campus and community. We can all, as we ponder, we could see that we've made strides in those. Campaigns support capital, endowment, programmatic, and operating needs. They try to bring revenue streams to all areas. We've seen that happen. Campaigns lead to transformational impact. One program of many we could cite, but certainly transformational is the Pretty Scholars. What more do we even have to think about just hearing Shelby's testimony and others? That happens in the context of a campaign. Campaigns inspire and engage alumni and friends to invest in the success and actually be part of the story, the institutional story. We've seen that engagement and we look to build on that. Campaigns promote a stronger culture of philanthropy and brand awareness. In the context of the capital campaign and its planning, with guidance from our campaign steering committee, we came up with a concept that was now we know is MSU Texas, a brand enhancement that Dr. Shipley and others gave guidance to, Ms. Gaynor and her team. And it's really exciting to see that when you think about that. It continued with good feedback from this board. Last February, this board gave us feedback. We solicited feedback, told us that we needed to up the goal, and rightfully so, but still talk about the importance that we still have things to do, and there's still needs out there, and we're not sitting on $70.1 million in cash, even though the goal is 70. We've reached $70.1 million. You also told us that, and we've been able to communicate. You should have gotten a communication. We sent out over 30,000 of them, talking about our goal to 150% of our goal, raising it from 50 million to 75 million. Even with the increased goal, you can see on page 48 of your board book that the new gifts and commitments as of the end of March sit at 70.1 million. That's 140.2% of the original goal, 93.5% of our new goal. So there's still work to be done. Additionally, you'll see in pages 49 through 51, we're making good progress, steady progress, on fiscal year current fundraising goals, numbers of gifts, numbers of donors. Planned gifts continue to move incrementally up. Moving forward, as we move towards the last phases of the Boundless Opportunities campaign, we will build on all these things, but we'll also be targeting our efforts in the 4 main areas in no certain order of priority. Alumni engagement and pipeline development. We will try to build on that centennial to really see the next generation of new donors come in, and we look forward to that. You're going to be hearing a lot more about the centennial as we move forward. You've heard a little bit, and we'll hear more about, as part of the university's diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives. We will talk about building a fund in the naming, and you'll hear more about and entertain the idea of naming a fund after Charlie O. Ferris, the Social Justice Resource Center. But we don't want to just name it, we want to fund it. And so we'll have a $1.5 million goal of that. That will give us a steady income stream to make some initiatives on that. Very, very important to the footprint, to the strategy, to retention, to recruitment of our university is the renovation of the Bolin Science Hall. And we'll be talking about moving forward in some fundraising there. Dr. Shipley, Dr. Johnston, others are involved with that and looking at a revenue stream there. And last but not least, we will leave no stone unturned in our attempts to raise funds for hopefully one day a dream of an on-campus football stadium. As it speaks, some of the synergies that we have as we join in affiliation with the Texas Tech system, we're looking at leveraging some of those, and Dr. Shipley and I and others have been in some of those conversations. I want to thank you for this board, not only for your guidance in this time, the university's first, but also your personal involvement. That it was in 2017, this board said, we want to be all in, and we appreciate that 100% of this board has been and will continue to be involved in the campaign. Any questions I could entertain?
Thank you, Tony. We appreciate your report.
I'll just say stellar work, Tony, on you and your teams. I mean, we started again, as you said, 50 million. We surpassed that. We're shooting for 75. It's just been a really remarkable last 5 years in fundraising, and that's a shout out to you and our community and really all the donors for the university. So thank you for your work.
As a reminder, your folder includes a list of donors and note cards to write thank you notes. We hope you will write those assigned to you and any others you would like to include. Our next item is item 21-74, financial reports. The administration recommends acceptance of the January, February, and March financial reports. Dr. Reisenweber will provide information related to our federal stimulus funding.
Thank you, Chair Ayers. Yes, I'm happy to provide information about the federal stimulus funding. You'll see this in your board book beginning on page 83. The HERF stands for Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund, and there's actually two I'll speak to today, HERF 1 and HERF 2. HERF 1 comes to us from the CARES Act, CARES standing for the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. It was signed into law March 27th of 2020. It provided MSU with over $4.6 million of funding, $2.4 million to use for institutional support, and $2.2 for student grants. For the most part, for institutional support, you'll see that the largest component that we use these funds for really was to reimburse us for the refunds that we issued to students when over 1,300 students needed to move off campus in March of 2020 due to the pandemic. The second largest item in the list is in support of technology. That was used really for investments in software licenses and computer equipment to facilitate our move from on-campus instruction to online learning, along with telecommuting for work. So you see the $2.4 million for institutional support. The student grants, however, was super important. Over 4,000 of our students benefited from these funds, which helped them during the emergency to allow them funding sources that they can use to allow them to persist in their academic aspirations and continuing to attend at MSU. On the second slide for HERF 2, HERF 2 came to us as part of the CRISA or CRISA Act, Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2021. It actually was signed into law December 27th of 2020. It provides almost $7.7 million to MSU, $5.5 million for institutional support, and $2.2 million for student grants. When we received these funds earlier this year, our first and foremost priority was to get these funds into the hands of students. And in early March, over 4,800 students benefited from this emergency relief. Since this is a more recent grant and we have a year to spend it, so we can spend it through January of 2022, on the screen you will see that we've utilized almost $2.7 million of the institutional support. The first and foremost use so far is really in recovering lost revenue due to the impact of the pandemic on institutional enrollment and operations. The second one, again, is in technology support. Are there any questions on this, on the HERF? I gave you a high-level viewpoint. So, and there is a task force. I should mention it. Fred Dietz, our Vice President for Enrollment Management, and myself are co-leading this task force, and we are looking at utilizing these funds in the most high-impact way that's going to serve our students in terms of the flexibility for online learning, for maximizing the smart classroom, and for maintaining a really elevated cleaning, well-being of the campus for students and faculty as they return in the fall.
Is it fair to say that to emphasize the importance of our receipt of this money, that if we had not received this money, we would have had to made fairly significant changes to our budget during these periods?
That is very true, Chair Krasno. This money allowed our students to continue in education, and it allowed us to manage all the costs that we incurred with the pandemic, as well as helping us recover from the impact for those students that couldn't come, those international students that couldn't get the visa, that couldn't fly to Wichita Falls. So it's been a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful resource to the institution and to higher ed.
Might you discuss a little bit about HERF 3 funding?
Yes. HERF 3 is on its way. We have heard about it. It's part of the American Rescue Plan Act that was put into law a little bit earlier this year. We are still waiting for information specific to MSU. We do know approximately $13.4 million is coming to MSU, half of which will be used for student grants. We understand that we should hear more in the next couple weeks, later in May, perhaps even early June. There are some, in the U.S. Department of Ed, they're missing some key appointments that will facilitate moving these funds out, and then the directive behind these funds as to restrictions and utilization and time frame. But we have another grant that's coming forward, and so we're really excited about that and the relief it will provide our students and our institution.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Chair Crosno, I move the board accept the financial reports as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Our next item of business is 21-75, our investment report. The administration recommends acceptance of the second quarter fiscal year 21 report. Are there any questions about this report? Chair Crosno, I move acceptance of this report.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Our next item of business is item 21-76, salary, title, position changes. The reports of personnel changes are presented for information only, and the salary, title, and position changes are presented for ratification. Are there any questions? Chair Crosno, I move the board ratify these changes as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 21-77, campus construction update. The board book includes project status reports, a report on smaller construction projects, and photographs of current projects. Mr. Owens will provide information regarding these current projects.
Button. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll start with the Bridwell Activity Center, and these first three slides are very similar to what I've shown in the last board meeting. There's kind of some subtle changes, but for the most part, all the progress has been on the inside of the building rather than the outside. Really not much difference for the west face. Next slide, please. And the east face, a little bit of changes. They've added some steel around the perimeter of several of the openings, so they'll be able to install the windows and the framework for them. And then the south face, similar situation where they've added some steel on the top of that opening. Next slide, please. The interior is about 90% complete on the framing. The electrical is about 50% done, and about 30% for the indoor plumbing. We're looking at probably in the next several weeks they'll start putting sheetrock on one side of all the framing. So, and we anticipate this project to be completed in the fall. It will not be ready at the beginning of the fall, but some point in the fall semester. Next slide, please. The other major project we have going is the Bridwell 108 renovation to a kinesiology lab. This is a tiered classroom. We'll come in and remove all the fixed seating, build the slab up to the same ground level. It's about this height, and we'll remove the ceiling to expose more of the structure above. because it'll have a gym floor installed and they throw balls around, so we need to get as much ceiling height as possible. This PO was released just in the past week, so construction hasn't actually begun yet, but it should be completed by the start of the spring semester in January of next year. Next slide, please. I thought I'd show you some of the problems we've dealt with over the blizzard in February, starting with McCullough Trigg. There are, right here, there are several air handler units on the roof that pull in outside air to help improve the indoor air quality, but the damper on them is supposed to shut when the temperature goes below freezing. Well, it didn't shut, and so the coils on a couple of units froze and ruptured and created this leak. It went into the elevator shaft, so it shorted out two of the control panels for both those elevators. So that was probably our most expensive failure, with cost about $20,000 just for the control panels themselves. We also had a problem in the student housing offices over in Sunwatcher. There's two restrooms back to back that have a chase in between them, small chase that has an outside wall that is apparently poorly insulated, and so the pipes froze and we had this flood problem. Next slide, please. For the Daniel building where the Brittle Activity Center construction is going on, we had turned off the chill water and steam lines to that building, but and these were actually both in the tunnel. They still froze because it got that cold and ruptured the line and broke the steam trap. We also had a heat exchanger on the second floor where the head on it cracked. There's actually a crack that big on the other side of it as well. The only good news on that one is that heat exchanger is at least 60 years old. It was used in the renovation of the building in the late 80s, and so we got our money's worth out of it. Next slide, please. And in police department lost power for a couple of days, and when they did, there's an outside closet that has a hot water heater in it where the pipes froze in the wall. That water heater is on the other side of the IT closet, and when the power came back on and the pipes thawed out, it broke through the wall, showered this rack, and these UPS or battery backups ruined them and created a pretty good flood in that area. But next slide, please. And the Bolin fountain, besides all the nozzles breaking off in the fountain itself, there's a underground pump room that's just northwest of the fountain that pipe broke underground and filled it up. I don't know if you can see, but that's water all the way to the top of it. So it ruined all the controls and the motors that were down there. So that we just got that back online early last week. And lastly, grounds put in a lot of effort in really poor conditions to keep students, or give them accessibility to Clark Student Center so they could get the food from their dorms. And so I just want to point out all their efforts through that process. Any questions?
I do have a question about the suites, the Greek suites. How large are they, and what will that include?
How large are they?
Mm-hmm.
If I was guessing about 1,500 feet. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head. But there's a kitchenette, storage room, and a gathering space. What I remember at this point.
I don't have a question, but I just want to reiterate the tremendous work of our facilities and ground staff during this time. I tried to stand outside for 5 minutes in that cold, and we had people out there for hours and hours, keeping our walks clear and helping our students move from place to place and have food delivered. And I believe the picture you showed of the IT situation in the police department that had just been added like a day or two or a week before, is that right? And then the water happened, so they actually got to do it twice in a row. So Kyle tends to downplay how hard all of this was, but it wasn't just repairs, it was repairs in terrible, terrible conditions. And the fact that most people didn't even know things were going wrong is a real testament to the staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
This item is presented for information only and no action is necessary. Item 27-78, Capital Expenditure Plan, MP1 Report, fiscal year 2022 through 2026. Each year, the coordinating board requests an update of the university's 5-year plan for new construction, repair, and rehabilitation projects, information resource projects, and property purchase. A copy of these proposed MP1, is shown in your board book. Mr. Owen, please review these items.
Sure, as you said, this is just a standard report we have to give to the coordinating board every year with a list of any projects we think we might be able to pursue. It doesn't guarantee they will provide funding. It doesn't mean that you have approved us to proceed with any of these projects. It's strictly just a wish list that we need to give to the coordinating board so they're aware of our plans should money come our way. And with the largest one currently pursuing is the Bowling Science renovation and infrastructure improvements. And with any luck, maybe that'll happen this legislative session.
Are there any other questions, Mr. Owens? May I ask, what is the status of the tuition revenue bond request?
I'll be addressing that in my report later, but
Okay.
it's alive and well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair Crosno, I move approval of this capital expenditure plan as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Our next item of business is 21-79, tuition and fee rates for 2021-2022. In February, the administration presented tuition and fee rates for review and discussion only. The board book includes those same proposed rates for next year, plus recommendations regarding differential fees in specific academic areas. Vice President Reisenweber will present the administration's recommendations.
Beginning on page 123 is the tuition and fee proposal for the academic year 2021-22. Basically, for our new students, we're looking at a 1.9% increase. This is in line with HEPI, which is our Higher Education Price Index for the fiscal year 2020. So it's a modest increase that we're seeking. What that means for a full-time first-year student this fall, they would be paying a little under $100 in terms of the increase and impact on the tuition. For those students that are continuing, because our university designated tuition is locked for 4 years, these students would see an increase of only 0.26%, representing just slightly over $13 increase per semester. We're also requesting an increase to the graduate rate. Currently, our master's levels all receive a $40 per credit hour tuition premium. We're looking for a new and continuing doctoral student rate of $50, so a $10 increase on the current master's level. This is really reflecting the higher instructional cost per student that we have with the doctoral program. Additionally, on the next slide, there's a request for 3 increases and a new one actually of instructional enhancement differential fees. These provide important revenue streams to program-specific activities on campus to help them meet the needs of their program. For example, dental hygiene is looking for an increase of $8 to a level of $40 per credit hour. This represents approximately $9,000 increase in revenue to the program that they will use to help comply with the accreditation requirements of that program. For nursing, they're looking to increase their current instructional enhancement differential fee from $32 to $37. This will provide approximately $47,000 of additional revenue, which will be used to support their simulation center. Respiratory care is the third one on the slide. They don't currently have a fee, but they are seeking a fee of $7. This will provide approximately $19,000 of additional revenue, which is really important now that they're located in Centennial Hall and have a dedicated simulation lab. Are there any questions?
Chair Crossno, I move the board approve the tuition and fee rates for fiscal year 22 as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
That concludes our report.
Thank you. I believe this is a good time for us to break for lunch. We have allotted 45 minutes for lunch and plan to resume the meeting at 1:10. Debbie will give us instructions for lunch. The board meeting is in recess. Back from lunch. The meeting is called to order. We'll resume our meeting with the Audit, Compliance, and Management Committee matters. Regent Burks.
Thank you, Chair Crosno. The first item, 21-80, is the Standards of Conduct, Conflict of Interest Disclosure, Ethics, and Compliance with Filing Requirements. Every May, each regent, other than the student regent, is asked to confirm in writing that they have received copies of state and university ethics policies and have filed a personal financial statement with the Texas Ethics Commission as required by state law. An acknowledgement form is in each of your folders to sign and return for the university's files. Since the deadline for filing with the Ethics Commission was extended to June 30th, Ms. Barrow will send a reminder email for this acknowledgement form in early July. The next item is 21-81, the compliance update. Mr. Stovall's update on compliance activities is in the board book, and he is available to answer questions if necessary. Are there any questions regarding this report? Well, this item is presented as a point of information only. Item 21-82, audit update. Ms. Kidwell's update is in the board book for your information. Are there any questions concerning this report? This item is also for information only. Item 21-83, payroll timekeeping audit report 21-03. This report is also in your board book and requires our acceptance. Ms. Kidwell, would you please review this report with us?
Thank you, Chairman Burks. I'll be happy to. The payroll timekeeping audit report that's in your board book was included in the fiscal 21 audit plan, and I want to thank Kathy Rice, our payroll director. I want to thank Dr. Reisenweber, the Vice President of Administration and Finance, and the payroll department employees who helped us during this audit. This year's audit plan, including this audit, is a departure from what the board's used to seeing, the pure compliance audits. This one, we looked into internal controls and processes, as well as the security and access into the software, and the recommendations and the audit findings are listed in your report. I am happy to say that the majority of the audit recommendations have already been implemented. They were addressed immediately upon finding, and then a few others have been fully taken care of by April 30th. And there's a handful of the low risk or medium rated risk recommendations that are on track to be fully implemented by August 31st. So I'll be happy to answer any questions about the report or the findings.
Are there any questions or is there any discussion about this report? Chair Crosno, I move acceptance of this audit report.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 21-84, holiday schedule for staff employees 2021-22. The holiday schedule for staff employees for next year is explained and presented in your board book. Are there any questions regarding this proposed schedule? With no questions, Chair Crosno, I move the board approve this schedule as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 21-85 concerns diversity, equity, and inclusion strategic plan.
Regent Burks,
Yes.
the person who's supposed to present this isn't here yet.
Okay.
So if we could just move forward and then we'll get
And
back
just
to
table
it.
this, okay.
Yes.
We'll come back to it. Thank you. Item 21-86, establishment and naming of the Charlie O'Ferris Social Justice Resource Center. Vice President Vidmar, would you please present this item and your recommendations to the board?
Thank you, Chair Burks. Item number 2186 looks at an honorific naming. We're at to establish and name the Charlie O. Ferris Social Justice Resource Center. In goal number 5, you'll be hearing a little bit more about the DE&I strategic plan, but in goal number 5 of that plan, it talks about supporting DEI efforts in the community in Wichita Falls. So it's an important source of that. We see that community center, the Social Justice Resource Center, as an educational, cultural capital and resource to the community. The university would establish a Social Justice Resource Center, and the SGRC will create a space for reflection, dialogue, and collaboration around the issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion in our Wichita Falls community. It is, I feel that in many ways, many of you in this room had a chance to interact with Ms. Ferris. I did not have that privilege, but Charlie Ferris is Wichita Falls native, received her bachelor's degree in political science from Prairie View A&M, and went on to study law at Howard University. She was the first black woman to be licensed to practice law in the whole state of Texas, the first black lawyer to practice actively in Wichita County, and the first black person to serve as a judge in the South since Reconstruction. She served on the Board of Regents from here at Midwestern State University and had an incredible impact in the community on many fronts. So we would be honored if the board would consider naming this honorifically the Charlie O. Ferris Social Justice Resource Center when it opens in the fall. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vidmar. Are there any questions or discussion? I just want to add, I appreciate the work that you've done, Tony, for Barry, Dr. Shipley, for being forward-thinking to think that this is something that the university could use and benefit from. I get a little emotional when I think about Charlie O. Ferris because I'm a black female lawyer in the state of Texas, and I feel like I'm standing on the shoulders of a giant who was here and served as a board member. I came along in 2010 after her passing, and so I felt sort of like it was important to kind of carry the torch, if you will. So I just want to thank those of you who were involved in making this possible. I think it's just a wonderful testament not only to her life, but to the university for recognizing all of her wonderful accomplishments. So with that.
Tiffany, just real quick, I'd be remiss if I didn't make a comment or two. I had the privilege of knowing Charlie from infancy, literally, until her passing. I was with her at Barry just a day or two before she passed here in Wichita Falls. She's shaped my life more professionally and personally than most anybody I can think of. And just knowing her so well, I think Barry can testify to this as well, that Charlie would be very, very happy to see this happen, be very humbled, and to see how we can continue to move our community, our region, and our nation in this direction. I think that this is just an absolute wonderful honorific naming for her, and look forward to its success for many years to come. So, thank you.
I would call your attention.
And I just wanted to echo Regent Burks and Fideli's sentiments. That this is so amazing to honor Charlie and her historic accomplishments, and I am so proud that we are able to propose really honoring her in such a special way, and her contributions to kind of Texas and the nation and everything that she's done. This is just really phenomenal that we have the potential to do this for her.
In closing, I would like to call your attention, Dr. Shipley and Ms. Barrow have provided in your board book the brochure we had professionally. We worked with our campaign consultant to create this, an invitation to know more and about the Charlie O. Ferris Social Justice Resource Center. Please, it's a great resource. There's an advisory committee of folks that helped out with this: Barry Maka, Arthur B. Williams, Tony Fideli, Shayla Owens, Diane Taylor, Keisha Ellis, Cammie Dean. Just want to call your attention to that. I'd be glad to answer other questions offline you may have about that.
Thank you so much, Tony. Are there any other questions or discussion? Well, Chair Crosno, I very emphatically move the establishment and naming of the Charlie O'Farris Social Justice Resource Center as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second.
I'm sure there's no opposition to this, so the motion carries.
We will return to item 21-85, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Strategic Plan. The DEI Strategic Plan is presented in the board book for our approval. President Shipley will first comment, and Dr. Martin Camacho, Dean of the Fane College of Fine Arts and member of the DEI Task Force, will present the plan. Dr. Shipley.
Thank you. And Dean Camacho, if you would be seated there, you have to punch the button since you weren't here earlier for instructions when you get ready to speak, and we're happy to welcome you here. I don't want to detract much from what Dean Camacho is going to say because he put so much of himself into this plan, but we've been privileged for the past year to have a wonderful group working on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And before we gave it to Martin to take off with it, we thought we'd have an addition to our strategic plan. But with Dean Camacho at the helm, we now have our own DEI strategic plan. And it's a much better way for the institution to go about embedding new principles, ideas, and practices into into our very existence at Midwestern State in ways that are very much needed. So, Dean Camacho, thank you for presenting this plan today. Push the button on the mic. Yeah.
Now I pushed it. Okay. So what I was saying is thank you very much for the opportunity to speak before you. And it is a pleasure and a privilege to be here before you to respectfully present the MSU Texas DEI strategic plan that was developed by the task force appointed by President Shipley in the summer of 2020. The strategic plan followed a long process of self-examination, specialized training with an outside consultant, and a self-discovery process that included not only the opinions and experience, but research that we were doing as a group, and also the opinion and feedback that we gathered from the university at large. The main goal of the plan is to provide ideas and a path for the creation of a sense of belonging for all the students, faculty, and staff at this institution. While this conversation might have taken a stronger sense of urgency after the unfortunate events that were reported by the media in the summer of 2020, it is important to note that this plan is not a reflection addressing the needs of a particular group in detriment of others. It's actually completely the contrary. This is intended to be the map for a creation of a culture of inclusion where everyone would feel welcome and where everyone would feel at home. The committee recognizes that, as with every issue of complexity, the list of actions of this strategic plan might be perfectible, are subject to change and discussion, may be incomplete. But in this frame, we believe that in the history of MSU, this is the most comprehensive plan that we were able to address and to design for addressing our own very needs. And it is probably the very first attempt to do this in a systemic way. In this regard, the committee believes that MSU search for the creation of an environment that celebrates differences, respects diversity, provides equity and opportunities for all, and fulfills the potential for everyone is really consistent with our tradition in the liberal arts, with our mission and vision of liberal arts, and will make us stronger for years to come. The composition of the task force was diverse in its own right. It counted with 7 students coming from all different types of student organizations representing those organizations, just to name a few, and this is not a comprehensive list. They were represented through the Caribbean Student Organization, Black Student Union, Organization of Hispanic Students, NAACP. It also counted with 8 staff members, including the very own president of the university, a vice president, 2 directors, a dean. It also counted with 4 faculty members representing 4 different distinct colleges and different disciplines. It counted with the opinions and expertise from an alumna and from representation of members of this very own board. In all, the strength was not only given by the associations and diversity given by our relationship to MSU, but the true diversity was given by the composition in ideas, views, socioeconomic status, demographics, racial composition. It was probably one of the most and strongest diverse groups that I ever worked with in my professional life. In all, I don't believe that the process was, or I actually believe that the process was very comprehensive, not rushed at all. It took us almost a year to go through this self-examination process, to realize who we were, where do we want to go, and how do we want to get there. The process of developing this strategic plan did not only have the benefit from the membership, but actually we took advantage of the shared governance system that the university offers, and we were able to consult a first draft of these ideas with several groups from this shared governance system. Just to include, or just to name a few of those organizations or those groups, we had conversations and open discussions with the Student Affairs Council, with the Student Government Executive Cabinet, with the Student Senate, with the Dean's Council, the Tenure and Promotion Committee, the Core Curriculum Committee, the Dean's Council, the President's own Cabinet, the Faculty Senate, obviously. In all, we believe that this is a very important step, not just for every institution, but for MSU in particular. This importance has already been stated by our own accreditation agency, SAC-COC, who in December of 2020 put out a statement that reads in part, by creating and sustaining an equitable and inclusive institutional culture, colleges and universities can foster a community in which all members can be respected and appreciated for their differences, and in which all learners can be engaged to reach their full potential. So in all, the committee believes that this is a unique and sincere first attempt to really envisioning the creation of a culture that will represent the values, aspirations, and potential that each individual has to offer for this institution. And for that, we believe that the university will be stronger for many years to come. I believe that you have a copy of the strategic plan in your packets, so I'll be happy to discuss or answer any questions that you may have about it.
Are there any questions or discussion?
Well, there are not any questions, but I was part of this this team, and I'd like to thank everyone that was a part of it. Dr. Shipley, Dr. Lamb, Martin, yourself, and all the work you've done, and Cammie, and the students. And one thing that I was really impressed with is, in our first meeting, one would have thought that this team had been discussing this whole thing for the past 6 months, and they just came together and all of a sudden it worked, or they knew where we were going, because the team worked, like you said, the team worked really, really well together. The input we got from the students was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. And I, having been a student here 30 years ago, and where I was then and what I knew needed to change and the things I knew needed to change, I mean, we all seemed to be on the same page every time we got together and we spoke. And some of these things, sometimes it's very difficult to measure changes or improvement when you're trying to implement something like this. But I think, what you have put together, I think we'll be able to do that. And I know that these changes, and I'm very optimistic because I know that these changes are going to take place. And I commend you and everybody, that Dr. Shipley, your team that's worked on this. It's incredible. This is the strongest, and you mentioned it, this is one of the strongest teams I think I've ever sat with over this amount of period of time, and we come up with something that I think is going to work really well. So I thank you all very well. I think you all did a very good job. Very good job.
Thank you, Regent. Thank you for your words. I believe that some of us might be the face of this strategic plan, but in truth, this is a team effort, and this has been a university effort. This is not just a few ideas, but this is really being encountered with the feedback of the institution as a whole. One of the things that I want to relate as I was here in the region is I have a copy of the initial demands of change that our students sent to the president of the university. I count 5 of them. And they were a very first attempt to tell us that there was something needed, and they listed 5 specific things that they wanted. What we read in between the lines, I believe, at least I read in between the lines, what this document that the students sent did not say is, we want the creation of a new culture and a new way of life. And we probably, the best feedback that I received as a praise from one of our student representatives was, our strategic plan is providing way much more than we have ever envisioned. And that is probably a best testament and the best, the best validation that we had as a committee to say we probably might be in the right path to try to come up with this idea of creating a new set of values, a new way of life, a new approach where everyone can fulfill their potentials.
This is Regent Pang. Dean, I just really want to thank you and the entire committee, and just applaud everyone for the amazing DEI work. This is really exciting, and I truly hope and I do believe with all of these policies and these goals that have been set forth, that this is really going to change the culture as the students had hoped. And I'm really thankful for all the hard work that everybody has put into this.
Thank you.
I had a question during our committee meeting about this, and I said I'd bring it up during this time. How much, with respect to Texas Tech, are they aware of the work that's being done here and the fact that we've come up with this strategic plan? Or have they shown any interest if they are aware of what we've been doing?
I can tell you that the conversations with Texas Tech are probably above my pay grade.
Okay.
But I can tell you this, they do have a division of diversity, equity, and inclusion. They have a vice president, I believe her name is Carol Sumner. We have had the privilege to be in conversations and workshops with her a couple of times. I'm not entirely sure whether or not they are aware of this plan, but I believe that they would be pleased to see it and to realize that MSU could possibly be joining the system with a strong footing in the right direction. I can speak for other universities as well, but a simple examination of other universities belonging to the tech system may be lagging a little bit behind, or may also be in the process of doing this. But I think that us being incorporated into this notion will represent us well before the system.
Thank you.
So I can say that Tech is aware of this, and Chair Krosno perhaps was in the room when MSU was called out by Senator West, and no one wants to be called out by Senator West because he's a real taskmaster. And so, shaking my boots, I approached the podium to answer his questions, and he just wanted to tell us he had heard about the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Plan. He had heard about our progress with, and enjoyed the charts that we had included to show the progress we're making on graduation and retention rates within our diverse community. And he gave us a real shout out, so much so that I got a call from the chancellor later that day that said he had heard about our appearance at the Senate.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Krosno, if there are no other questions or discussion, I move the board approve this plan as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 21-87, student-initiated naming opportunities. Vice President Lamb, please present this, oh, there you are. Please present this item and recommendations to the board.
Thank you, Regent Burks. You have on page 159 and page 160 of your board book two namings that came from or recommended namings that came from our student body. The Student Athlete Advisory Council recommended both of these namings, and both were endorsed by our Student Government Association. The first naming that is recommended is the Robert Tyree Grays Field in honor of, or in memory of, Robert Tyree Grays, who is a football player here at Midwestern, passed away in September of 2017. Robert was a leader in our student body. He was a leader on the football team. He was incredibly well thought of, and he was an inspiration to many people, one of the most positive people that you would have ever met. And so our students enthusiastically put this forward for your consideration. Chair Burks, do you want me to take the other one now, or do you want to vote on this one first?
You can continue, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
The other naming, again, put forth by our Student Athlete Advisory Council and endorsed by our Student Government Association, is for the Noel Johnson Locker Room, our women's basketball room. As you all know, Coach Johnson was a beloved member of our community, was the all-time winningest basketball coach that we have here. Tragically passed away last year, all too young, and has left an incredible legacy on our campus and within the young people that she mentored, and that carry forward her tradition of excellence in everything that you do. And so again, our students enthusiastically recommend the naming of the Noel Johnson Locker Room.
Thank you, Dr. Lamb. Are there any questions or discussion? Chair Crosno, I move approval of naming the Robert Tyree Grays Field and the Noel Johnson Locker Room as presented.
And we have a motion. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Dr. Lamb. Item 21-88, update on Youth Protection Guidebook. In February, the board approved a Youth Protection Guidebook. At that time, Regents asked the administration to look into areas of concern and report back to the board at this meeting. Information is in the board book, and Dr. Lamb is here to provide additional clarification if needed. Dr. Lamb. Well, let me ask, are there any questions or discussions for Dr. Lamb?
I apologize. Had I been looking at my agenda, I would have realized.
Well, that makes two of us.
Chair Burks, would you like for me to make any comments or just field questions?
If you'd like to give us some additional clarification, that'd be great.
Absolutely. So at the February meeting of the Board of Regents, you all inquired about, with our youth protection program, you had inquired about adults being left alone with minors and about adults needing to be the same gender as minors, and had seen that in some other, especially secondary type of programs. And we looked into that, and what we found is in the Youth Protection Guidebook that you approved in February, there is a reference to adults not being alone with minors, but it's not a hard requirement in the Youth Protection Program Guidebook. It is just simply a recommendation. And so to address that, we are working on MSU Operating Policy 62.04, which we are hopeful will be brought to you in August. That policy is the Youth Protection Program policy and will serve as an umbrella of all these different things that the university is doing in this arena. And we are including language in there that says no one-on-one contact with minors is permitted outside of the presence of others. And so we think that was a really good recommendation
from February. We're very appreciative of that catch and that recommendation, and we are incorporating that into policy. Similarly, we felt that having 2 adults with a minor, so not having any adult alone with a minor, we thought having 2 adults with them mitigated the gender questions or concerns, and so we were recommending I suppose what we're doing is we'll be bringing this policy forward to you in August.
Thank you, Dr. Lamb. Are there questions or any points of discussion? Well, this item is presented as a point of information only. I think I can say thank you now, Dr. Lamb. Item 21-89, MSU Policies and Procedures Manual Changes. This is one of the largest number of policy revisions presented in one meeting in quite some time. The explanations in the board book are quite thorough, but the administration has asked several individuals to briefly review the policies to give Regents an opportunity to ask any questions as needed. Mr. Maka will review items A, B, and C, followed by Provost Johnson, who will review items D, G, and H. Vice President Reisenweber will then review items E and F. Mr. Maka, if you could please begin.
Sorry. Thank you, Regents Burks. Item A, MSU Operating Procedure 2.33, Shared Governance. It's new. Submitted, it's one of the most important policies that we will have in our Policy and Procedures Manual. I think you saw a great example of what shared governance is and is all about with the strategic DEI strategic plan that was just presented to you. Shared governance is basically a situation where the Texas legislature has delegated to the Board of Regents the authority, the responsibility to manage Midwestern State University. This board has delegated responsibilities to Dr. Shipley to run the university on a day-to-day basis. And Dr. Shipley has delegated authority to the various administrators, many of whom are in this room. And this policy sets forth what shared governance is at Midwestern State University, particularly as we move hopefully into the tech system, so that it all know this is what the face of shared governance looks like, and this is how it operates at Midwestern State University. And so it sets forth in the policy the different groups from Dr. Shipley on down that are involved. And we wanted to really cement that so that, again, it's in policy, so that the Faculty Senate, the Staff Senate, the Student Government Association, and the various committees that operate on the campus all play a vital role in the shared governance of this university. And so, quite simply, that's what the policy is about. And those terms are defined, the procedures are kind of set forth. Again, while we have on many occasions used the term shared governance, it really never had been set forth in any policy. And the language and the various procedures that are set forth are recommended by AGB, the Association of Governing Boards, and represent best practices. I'm very proud to have worked on that, and I think it really epitomizes, again, the shared governance on our campus, who we are and how we do things here. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
I have a question on page 166. We talk about student regents. Does Tech have a student regent on their
Yes,
board?
they do, on their board.
Will a student from Midwestern be able to look at going on the Tech board?
Sure. A student could, they could apply, just like, students here.
There's only one.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr.
Regent Ayers, they have a rotating system. So each year, a student from each of their component institutions. So it isn't as if someone from MSU would have to apply every year. So we would know when our turn is up. So we are guaranteed that once every 5 years, we would have an MSU student.
Okay, you can continue.
Okay, which the item was B, the next one?
B and C.
B and C.
Yes.
Item B is simply the provision that deals with the organization of the provost office, Dr. Johnston's office, as the provost and vice president for academic affairs. And it's really been updated to reflect really more accurately the current duties and responsibilities of that office. And the same thing with item C, which is the section, the policy that deals with the duties and responsibilities of Dr. Keith Lamb's office as Vice President for Student Affairs. In that policy, for example, Dr. Lamb used to also have responsibilities for enrollment management. We know those have been broken off, and Vice President Fred Deach now handles the enrollment management. So again, those two policies for those two offices just really updates our current practices.
Thank you, Mr. Maka. If you could cover item C as well.
Okay. Item D, the office hours.
I'm sorry, C is in.
Yeah, C. Well,
I'm sorry.
that's Vice President for Student Affairs, and again, that's Dr. Keith Lamb's office, and again sets forth a more accurate reflection of his duties and responsibilities today.
Thank you, Mr. Maka. Are there any questions or discussion for Mr. Maka? Thank you, Mr. Maka.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Dr. Johnston, if you will review items D, G, and H, please.
Sorry, adjusting to my new age and the need for a hearing aid for my right ear. Sorry. Item D, the change in office hours policy. I know we've discussed that and worked on that for some time. I would just begin by saying I think this is a really good example of the shared governance process. It was more than a simple change in office hour structure, but it was important to capture the expectations of office hours with respect to our students, providing that access to faculty, and that also the expectations of the faculty member, and we are a residential in-person university, so it's capturing that expectations for both faculty and for our students. So I worked between Faculty Senate as representatives of faculty and the Dean's Council as representatives of administration and academic affairs to do this. So we're pleased with the outcome of this. I know it took a while, but again, shared governance is not always fast, but it's important to arrive at something good like what we're presenting here today. Are there any questions on that one, or shall I proceed with?
You can proceed, yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The other two, the misconduct in research and the disclosure of financial conflict of interest. Our Office of Sponsored Programs and Research received a National Institutes of Health grant to expand our OSPR. We had strong pre-award grant support for our faculty. This allows us to develop the post-awards part of that so that we can support faculty throughout the grant execution process. The misconduct in research, these are two that are federally required policies as part of that. The misconduct in research provides a mechanism for reporting misconduct and a due process component as well. The same with the disclosure of significant financial conflict of interest, a mechanism for such disclosures, particularly with external funding source grants, as well as a due process for for any such allegations.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussion for Dr. Johnston? Thank you, Dr. Johnston. Vice President Weisenweber, if you could review items E and F.
Thank you, Regent Burks. For item E on page 127, there are 7 policies that respond to a site visit we had with the State Office of Risk Management early in 2020. That site visit was an outstanding opportunity to learn some of the things we were missing. We had policies that we didn't have in place that were really pretty standard operating procedures. Well, we had the procedures and the practices in place. We didn't have them memorialized in policies. So of these 7 that are listed under E, 5 are actually new, and 2 are somewhat revised to be more contemporary to the current practice and best practice, really, for managing university vehicles in particular and workers' compensation. I will add that with that site visit, we learned that our practices were really well done. It's just a matter of having these particular policies in place. So these are brought to you for your approval today. Item F, criminal background checks for employees and volunteers, is also something that has been in place in part, but what we needed to do is really clarify volunteers and the need for background checks for volunteers of activities involving youth. Those activities such as camps, programs, or events specific to youth programming. And so we've just provided a little bit of revision in that policy that really tightens that need and that really best practice in securing these activities and safeguarding our children.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussion?
I do have a question about the background checks. Do you do that every year? Is that required yearly? And is it statewide or nationally wide?
We do it upon hire, and we do it so upon hire or volunteering with new. I don't know if we do them every year as a standard practice, of course. But I do know when we hire employees, they're immediately run through a background check. Yeah, I'm sorry if we do it on a routine basis as someone is employed. But we definitely want to catch them on the front end to make sure that that is cleared and that there is a clean background check.
Well, I do know that if they are volunteering with students, then it is required as a yearly criminal background check, but I don't know how that is at the university level.
I can look into that and get back to the board.
Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Chair Crosno, I move the board approve the new and revised policies as presented.
You have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Regent Burks, do you have anything more to present?
I do not, Chairman.
Thank you. Our next item is 2190, the University Leadership Report. President Shipley.
Thank you. This spring has been busy with numerous trips to Austin. We first appeared before Senate Finance and House Appropriations to present our budget requests for the biennium. The Budget Committee is currently working on a final appropriations bill, and at last glance, neither the House nor the Senate has increased the formula funding, which would result in less funding for any schools that did not grow enrollment over the past 2 years. However, last week, the Comptroller provided an improved revenue estimate, and we don't know yet how legislators will use the new estimate to adjust the budget. We look forward to finding that out in the next couple of weeks. I testified before the House Higher Education Committee, and Chair Crosno testified before the Senate Higher Education Committee on our bill to transfer MSU Texas into the Texas Tech University system. As you know, House Bill 1522 passed the House Committee, and Senate Bill 447 passed the Senate Committee, but with slightly different language between the two bills. The full House approved House Bill 1522 on April 14th, and it was then referred to the Senate Higher Education Committee. And we are now learning patience as we await the word from the hearing of the committee and a final vote from the Senate on our bill. All of the signs we're receiving are positive, but right now it's just a waiting game. I've had the opportunity to meet one-on-one with the House Higher Education Committee Chair Murphy about our tuition revenue bond request. He was very interested in what we're doing at MSU Texas, and we have encouraged him to come and visit us. He met with each independent university president and all of the systems representatives and asked us to prioritize our requests. From these meetings, he filed a revised tuition revenue bond report. For MSU, he put in $41 million for the combined infrastructure request and the addition to Boland Science Hall. He was clear in our discussion that while funding was unlikely to be announced during the legislative session, the request could come into play if federal dollars become available for infrastructure projects later in the summer. Under the Tech Alliance, which is closely aligned with what I've said about the legislature, we've been assisted tremendously by the TTU system team, and it's been especially evident as we look at our political activity. We've had weekly calls where we receive legislative policy updates, budget policy updates, and in addition to their help with state matters, they've begun to help us with federal matters as well. We recently had the opportunity to submit a proposal to Congressman Ronnie Jackson's office for federal funds for dredging the north portion of Sykes Lake. The U.S. House Appropriations Committee will accept certain community project funding requests under which this would fall. So our MSU team pulled together the initial part of the request, and the Texas Tech team guided it expertly through the Washington processes. As with all political requests, the timing is longer. The timeline takes longer than we would like to have happen, but it's nice to know that our request is in process, and we'll be hearing about that in the next months. An MSU Tech core transition team has been meeting regularly, but we are hesitant to make too many decisions until the legislation has passed and achieved the governor's sign of approval. But we have begun to see, as you just did today, progress being made with our policies beginning to align with the tech policies through Mr. Maka's work, and Dr. Reisenweber has started working with the system CFO regarding changes that could be possible to give us savings around insurance and other actions once the legislation is approved. And since their system has done this before, which is folded a university into their system, it's been good to know from their experience what we could be expecting after September 1 and to be able to prepare ourselves for transition details now. All of our experiences in working with tech have been very positive to date. And finally, we're beginning to talk about a celebration early September once everything is signed, sealed, and delivered, and more to come on that. And of course, with our final board meeting coming up in August, we plan to have a special event around the board meeting to thank not only our current board, but our past board members who have served MSU so well over the past 99 years. This concludes my report, and I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Shipley. The Board of Regents will now go into executive session to discuss items 21-91A, consultation with attorney, 21-91B, real property, 21-91C, gifts or donations, to include discussion and possible action concerning a restricted fund gift agreement, and 2171, 2172, and 21-91D personnel matters to include faculty emeritus tenure and promotion, annual performance review of the president and chief audit executive, and consideration of other personnel matters as allowed by Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 072, 073, and 074. No action will be taken in executive session, and following the executive session, we will reconvene in open session. The Regents, Dr. Shipley, Mr. Maka, Ms. Barra, and Dr. Johnson, please remain for the discussion. Please stop the webcast. Please begin the webcast. The closed session is complete. The only items discussed were the items announced, and no votes were taken. Item 21-91C, Gifts Donation Restricted Fund Agreement. Warren, do you have a motion related to this item? Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion about this item? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Regent Marks, I believe you have motions for items 2171 and 2172.
Yes, sir. Faculty Emeritus Status, Chair Crosno, I move the following individuals be granted emeritus status upon their retirement from MSU. Ms. Pam Moss, Assistant Professor and Academic Advisor for the Academic Support Center, 14 years of service. Dr. Jeff Blacklock, Associate Professor of Curriculum and Learning, 15 years of service. Dr. Sharon Arnott, Associate Professor of History, 20 years of service. Dr. Macaulay Recon Zachary, Professor of Biology, 28 years of service. Mr. Gary Goldberg, Professor of Art, 37 years of service. And Dr. Renette Halverson, Professor of Computer Science, 40 years of service.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Please continue.
Faculty Promotion and Tenure. Chair Crosno, I have asked Provost Johnston to read the names of the individuals recommended for promotion and tenure.
The first recommending for promotion to full professor, the following individuals: Dr. Satyanarayana Aninagata, Dr. Raj Desai, Dr. Jacqueline Dunn, Dr. Tina Johnson, Dr. Mitzi Lewis, and Dr. Kirsten Lodge.
Chair Crosno, I move approval of the granting of tenure and promotion of the individuals as presented.
I think we're going to include the rest of that in one
I'm
motion.
sorry. I'm sorry, there were two more. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, excuse me.
Recommended for tenure and promotion to associate professor, Dr. Emily Rutherford and Dr. Chris Vivio.
Yeah, all right. Chair Crosno, I move approval of the granting of tenure and promotion of the individuals as presented.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. Regent Oku, I believe we have a motion related to the use of the agreement for the use of Memorial Stadium with WFISD.
Yes, I do. Item 2191B, real property. I move that the board authorize the president to finalize a Memorial Stadium rental agreement between MSU and the Wichita Falls ISD for the years of 2021 through 2030.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Any discussion about that further? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. Is there anything further to come before the board? If not, that concludes the regular business to come before the board today. Our next meeting will be Thursday, August the 5th If things continue to progress as we anticipate, that will be our final meeting as the MSU Board of Regents. We will keep you informed of the schedule for that day as the time gets closer. Thank everyone again for your participation in our meeting today. We are adjourned.